Alrighty. How's everybody doing tonight? Uh-oh, that's a problem. Echo. Alright, no more echo. Well, we are back for more Outer Worlds. Finishing up Eridanos, hopefully getting to Tartarus, and if we're lucky, we'll be done either tonight or tomorrow. So let's get this going. Doop and doop. There we go. Now I can see everybody. Alright, what were we? We were gonna go talk to this gal up here. About Black Hole Birdie. Knowing my luck, this is set on a different mission. Because it is. And hey, I'm a bit of a lightweight these days. I'll admit it myself. It tasted good. Peach Bellini. I like boneless bratwursts. Plan. I'm your mark for our item retrieval. Tell me what you know and where I'm going. If you're not sure where, how the hell am I supposed to find it? Okay. Thank you, Ellie. Your insights are disturbing as ever. Does it really count as having to case the place if it just shows me where everything is? Like, seriously. Uh-oh. I broke it. Really? That was my super secret mission? That's painful. Alright. Bye, slug. Shooting underground is not responsible for any damage incurred while you rent this unit. Slug does not guarantee the conditions of this unit or any amenities therein. Slug does not guarantee that this unit is vermin-free. The corpse of any vermin killed by the user, intentionally or otherwise, are the property of Slug. Removal of said corpses will be met with a fine of no less than 1,000 bits. By agreeing to this rent, this unit, you waive any right to pursue Slug for damages. Nifty. Alright, I'm curious. Hey, Swedish Llama. How are you doing? I'm doing okay today. Welcome to chat. Be sure to say hi to our friends. I mean, I could lay a quite a pretty good bet. I know who it is. There are very few people in my friends group that are known as the Swede. Unless I'm wrong. Okay, dude, switch to the key. Oh, I'm not even on the game! My bad. My bad. Well, I've ran around a junkyard a little bit and found the stuff. It's not my fault. I'm dumb sometimes. Ah, I'm not here. Why? Why is everybody angry at me? I'm leaving! Why? We are playing the Outer Worlds, finishing up the last one of the DLCs, and hopefully the game here soon. Post-apocalyptic, well, not post-apocalyptic, post-capitalistic?
System. Investigating.
Oh, shit. Why?
You like that? I think I soiled myself. Please! I don't want to die!
Who am I in a fight with right now? There's nobody even here. Okay, we're out? Cool. Thank you. Nice to see you, Swedish llama. Love you too.
You're back, I see. Hope the law hasn't caught on to what you're doing. Law meaning authorities, that is, not the forces running the universe.
I got the cargo. What's next?
No complications? Grand. The recipient is Joseph Dempsey. He runs the Eridanos Dry Goods and Sundry.
What did you get arrested for?
It's gonna sound a little stupid, but I got a thing about mechanicals. Don't like the way they move or the sounds they make. Gives me the creeps. I was drinking with Dash in the cantina when a funny-looking one trotted up beside us. Seemed like it was some kind of monster, so I started yelling, banging on it. Don't know what happened next, but I think it involved another mechanical. I passed right out there, and when I woke back up, I was here. Not the most graceful thing I've ever done.
I can tell.
No
Cargo. Hope all this legwork is worth it.
Does Sublight Underground run this place? It's a lot cleaner than the Groundbreaker.
Welcome back. The Eridanos Dry Goods and Sundry is just as standard and unremarkable as when you left it.
Mm-hmm. Got the shipment of something for you.
A shipment, you say? The only shipment I'm expecting is 100 pounds of salt tuna a week from now.
Mm-hmm.
And I certainly don't expect it to be brought by an inspector.
I like boneless bratwursts.
Is that supposed to be some kind of code phrase? It has no nuance, no subtlety. Sticks out like a bent nail. A constable could detect that from the other side of Eridanos. I learn about secret codes in my off time. For fun. It's never anything that I actually need to use, mind.
Drop the act. You already know why I'm here. What you want to know is what I brought.
Playing dumb didn't dissuade you, huh?
No.
You're pretty sharp. And correct. Follow me to the back.
Okay. Yo.
Alright. So, as you can see, this actually ain't the most standard and unremarkable general store this side of Halcyon. Welcome to my black market. Whatever you're here for, weapons, information, contraband, cane and ointment, I've got it. Sorry for the frosty reception. Had to make sure you weren't with the constable. But seeing how you're a freelancer, I hope I ain't got nothing to worry about.
Nice place you got here. Can I peruse your wares?
Regular wares? Sure. Currently waiting on my next black market shipment, so come back in a bit if you want to see those. Let me take that package off your hands, whatever the case. Here's your pay. Good doing business with you, especially seeing how you didn't take this to the constable. Would have been a mighty pain in my tail end.
What do you got? Decent. We won't clean out the black market. We won't clean out the black market.
Hope the job's coming along well. No sign of the constable, which really makes me more nervous.
Good. One package of questionable goods delivered and signed for.
Excellent. Let's divvy up the payment 3 ways and we can consider this matter settled.
Here you go.
Thank the law. Should be just enough to get Cass out of her damn cell. I guess breaking even is better than leaving with your partner in the clink. You might not be Hawthorne, but you can sure resolve a problem like he could. Maybe better. Thanks again for all your help.
Yep. Alright. Well, no. We're gonna go take care of this.
What was that? Take your best shot, asshole!
No, stop it. No, stop it. Oh my god. It's over here. Oh, I bet it's the black that got lost by the monkey. Maybe not. Access inventory records. Welcome to Rizzo's inventory records, the sweetest inventory records this side of Eridanos. Please do not lick this terminal, you will be electrocuted. View ground creeper notes. Purples berries are growing a heck of a lot faster than the automechanicals can pick them. I should be mighty perturbed by what we're wasting, but since I had the treatment, all I've felt is glad about things. Goodness, this promotion sure was life-changing. Speaking of, Rudy, I have a feeling you're reading this. Caught you a couple of times peering at me from behind hedges, and the likes. How about you swing by my shack and we bury the hatchet? I'm a changed man since you recommended me for this promotion. Got a bottle of vodka we can share and a chapter of brand new Halcyon Helen cereal. Knew you'd never like that. I got advanced copies. Come on by, Jacob. I must admit that when your old superior describes you as misanthropic, law-damned, redacted, I did not expect you would ever acclimate to the position so many others have loathed. Productivity is at an all-time high, and what's more, you've not only impressed many visitors with your wonderful attitude, but you somehow seem to get along with the wasp-mosquitoes, or at least they haven't killed you yet. I would like to offer you an unprecedented reward, a one-time 15-minute break to be taken at your discretion. Well done. So Jacob got a quick rhetorical question for you. Let's say rhetorical that one of the wilderness exploitation reserve keepers got drunk and then he'd indulged himself in some of the after-hours hunting. Let's say theoretically released our primals, and those primals theoretically proceeded to beat him to death with his own rifle, then escaped to the orchard. Obviously, I'm just worrying for the sake of worrying, but if something like that were to happen, and I'm not saying it did, especially since such a screw-up could cost me my job, theoretically, Rizzo's may have tested some of their product on these primals, and these primals may have acquired a taste for Rizzo booze. Booze that I know you have stocked in the orchard. Look, if you see any wayward primals, I'm not saying you will. Please, for the love of the law, send me a message. Do, 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 do. I already bought from that crazy broad. Right. Oh, cheesecake sounds so good.
Captain, you just found a Rizzo's product I might actually like.
Okay. There, have it. I don't mind. Let's increase your damage. Okay. I don't know, at this point I don't even know which I would care more for. Caramel sounds amazing. Some raspberry, chocolate. Oh, cheesecake.
Hope you've been enjoying your stay. Spokesman said that the unveiling would be indefinitely postponed.
Well, I guess I should talk to Ludovico, because they still won't let me up on that floor.
Next stop, the finest seat in the house.
Oh, that's right. I saw you went to Cheesecake Factory. Oh,
Inspector, I've just
it's
received
tough to
word
beat.
that Constable Keene is dead. Please tell me it isn't true.
She was murdered in her office.
Halcyon Helen, Leora Blossom, Maria.
Did I say date?
There's a murderer.
Outing.
on the loose.
Yes, sorry.
You must stop them. I don't have Maria to count on anymore, so I'm counting on you.
Oh, it's so good. Whoever murdered her used the needler.
The needler was among Helen's belongings. Whoever stole it must have been able to slip in and out of the hotel. Maria was my sole representative in Cedric's territory. The entire hotel staff is on his payroll. Any one of them could have killed her on his behalf.
I checked your terminal. Why were you tampering with Burbage 3001?
Why were you going through Maria's terminal?
Because I'm the law damn inspector. Now answer the question.
Any upgrades to valuable automechanicals must be authorized by me. I'm the administrator. And you need to focus on the hunt for Helen's killer. Was there anything else?
Managed to track down Black Hole Birdie.
I'm pleased to hear that. Bertie Holcomb is a valuable asset to the Rizzo's Rangers property. When Helen was murdered, Bertie was nowhere to be found. The timing of his disappearance is unfortunate.
Birdie's something of a character, but he's harmless. I feel a little bad for him.
Try not to feel too bad for him. Bertie is a brilliant athlete. The universe has balanced his talent by making him a slackwit.
Go easy on him. He's just lost the love of his life.
I don't understand what it was that Helen saw in Bertie. Whatever it was, she seemed to trust him implicitly. He was always on his best behavior around her. Or he tried. I'm not a heartless man, Inspector. I know that losing Helen must have shaken Bertie to his core. Be plain with me, Inspector. Do you believe Black Hole Bertie killed Helen?
Fuck. It's possible. I'm still investigating my leads.
Understood. I appreciate your candor. I'd like you to continue your investigation. Notify me as soon as you're ready to make a formal accusation.
By the way, Bertie agreed to stay at the Grand Colonial.
I appreciate that. I'd rather keep Bertie within the public eye than let him languish in a bar at the docks. If you're through investigating Bertie, I recommend looking into Cedric Kincannon. He's been entirely too comfortable since we began this investigation. I don't trust Cedric when he's comfortable.
I've finished my investigation into Jasmine Leva, the Prophet of Profitability.
Ms. Leva earned that title, but not for the reasons you'd expect. The Prophet business has been profitable for the hotel. Not so much
Nope.
for Ms. Leva's followers. So, tell me, what did you find?
I think she's a fraud and a cheat.
Ms. Leva's techniques have no basis in modern science, but she makes bits hand over fist. If that makes her a fraud, then she's only as fraudulent as our corporate leaders. Does the Prophet strike you as a reasonable candidate for Helen's murderer?
Still considering my options, but no, I doubt she did it.
I'll bear that in mind. Thank you for the update, Inspector. I'll include everything you've told me in my official report.
What floor would you...
I bet. Oh, hell with it.
They got the drop on us.
Oh, great.
Everyone all right?
Yes, I got good, thank you. Quit gooing me further. I figured you meant this one. You asked while I was talking about the murder, so I figured.
down.
You got an appointment? Appointment?
I'm having a decent amount of time having it or playing it. How do I need to speak with Cedric?
Yeah, that's why you're here. Appointment?
Can I make an appointment for right now?
Not entirely out of the question. Convince me.
Hi, Peaches. I could put a good word in with Cedric about his incredibly helpful secretary.
Wouldn't mind a new bolter pistol. I've fired mine so many times the tips nearly fell off. Let's give Mr. Kincannon a ring. Mr. Kincannon, got a person of interest here to see you. Think they've got business.
That sounds like our inspector. Please, send him up.
Up.
Why, if it isn't the inspector, I was hoping you'd swing by. Here for my alibi, I assume.
Later. First, I want an explanation for the nonsense outside.
Another murder? Drunk raptidons? Black hole birdie practicing his hacking in the middle of the street? Stop me if it's one of those, or I'll just keep guessing.
I had a run-in with some slug agents.
Sounds as though you've already sorted it out yourself.
Hello, Gunter. How's it going? How did thugs get their hands on slug gear?
Slug uniforms do seem to go missing from the hotel laundry with impressive regularity. Easy enough for someone to nick a few. Now ask
Welcome to the stream, Gunther.
why would anyone give
Gunter?
thugs
Gunter?
slug gear
Maybe?
and send them after you?
Clearly, whoever's behind this wants to pit me against Slug.
Right again, Inspector. But I can't fathom who would benefit from tarnishing my reputation like that. Can you?
If you have a theory, spit it out.
Oh, that's good. That's very good, Inspector. I like this. Dominant, aggressive, The man in charge. I don't want to accuse anyone without hard evidence, though it may be worth noting Ludovico has motivation in spades. So, as you've deduced, I did not send anyone from Slug after you.
I gave Peaches a hi. I said hi to Peaches the moment she popped in.
Sorry for the trouble, Inspector.
But just in case I didn't, hi, Peaches.
Assume you'll want to know where I was the night of Helen's murder.
Let's hear it.
Let's see. That night, I was... torturing Elliot Nasser for information on missing cargo. That was a messy one. Didn't break until
I thought so.
noon the next day. Can you imagine?
And where would I find Elliot Nasser to verify
An
that?
excellent question. I had his body dropped off the edge of the land complex. I'm not sure what happened to it from there, scientifically speaking. Maybe it dissolved? Ultimately, though, it doesn't matter. You'd be a fool to believe me,
All good.
regardless of what I told you. People lie, and I am, incriminatingly, people.
So your alibi is that you were busy murdering someone else.
Which, as I said, you should not trust. If it helps, however, you might consider pursuing not my means, but my motive. Why in the name of the architect would I kill Halcyon Helen? She was making me a fortune.
So Helen's death is a net loss for Slug?
I'm considering a line of commemorative merchandise. Still, that's nothing compared to what Helen would have made us in the long run.
Hmm.
I'd offer to assist you in your work, but I have a mystery of my own to solve, I'm afraid.
I take it the guy you tortured wasn't the source of your missing cargo then?
Oh, Elliot stole from me, all right.
I mean, I would be.
You're right in that his was a singular, isolated incident. And as such, does not resolve a
Cheesecake.
concerning broader trend. Items are disappearing from Slug's storage and processing warehouse. The thefts began a week before Helen's unfortunate death, and there have been more instances since. Before you ask, I know the difference between cargo going missing and cargo going missing. This is the latter.
What's the connection to Helen's murder?
I'm not sure. I'm only confident there is one. That the thefts began mere days before Helen's untimely demise is an extraordinary coincidence. I'm not a man who believes in happenstance, Inspector. I do not trust it.
I guess I can't guarantee the theft isn't related to the murder.
I certainly wouldn't take that bet. Regardless, this will be fun. You out in the field, chasing down leads. Me, scheming in my office, preparing to unspeakably mangle the perpetrator.
I feel like I should say no to the violent crime lord.
Really, Inspector, no need to flatter me. I assure you, you're already very much in my good graces. You'll want to speak with Ella Tinsley, the warehouse foreman. I've cleared her as a suspect myself, but should she refuse to cooperate, shoot her.
Jesus.
Oh, I'm joking. If she won't cooperate, tell me and I will shoot her. And do feel free to search my office for clues while you're here. Don't hold back on my account.
Before I get
Was
started,
there something else you wanted to discuss?
I have more questions about Helen.
Very well.
Did you have many dealings with Helen?
A few. Helen was strangely curious about the private business operations around Eridanos. She said it was role research. But how much business know-how does one actor truly need for an action picture? I also arranged to have Helen supplied with mag picks, bypass shunts, and other hacking tools. She wanted to buy in bulk.
That didn't strike you as suspicious?
That she bought in bulk? Not particularly. It takes time to learn to use tools like that deftly. I wonder, did she run out of time in the end?
If you didn't kill her, any idea on who would want her dead?
That is the question, isn't it, Inspector? Tell me, do you really believe Helen's death was a mere crime of passion? Or one of petty career jealousy?
Clearly you don't.
This murder is bigger than Miss Helen's personal life. Bigger than her latest moving picture.
You're saying there's something we're missing.
Indeed. I suspect Helen arrived on Eridanos with grander plans than promoting Spectrum Brown.
Oh, well,
I
duh.
knew I was right about you being clever, Inspector. I'm glad. Because whoever did kill Helen is not going to come forward so easily.
Especially Cheesecake Factory cheesecake. You know more than you're telling.
I might. I just might. Your point, Inspector?
Only that... Nah. I've already made it.
Yes, I suppose you have. Be very careful, Inspector. I'd very much like to see you still around for the grand finale, whenever it comes, whatever shape it takes.
That's all I wanted to know.
One moment, if you please, Inspector. I've answered your questions. I believe it's my turn to ask you a question now. What, or who, made you decide to investigate me?
You're one of Eridanos' major players. It only makes sense.
Understandable. A man of my standing would naturally be tied up in all this, whether he wishes to be or not. Now then, did you need anything else?
The constable is dead.
Constable Keene? Now that is a damn shame. Am I right to think this wasn't a workplace accident?
Given she was a spaceport's sole Rizzo employee, you better hope not.
We worked for different companies. That doesn't mean I wanted her dead. I played no role in the good constable's death.
Any idea who might have wanted her dead?
None. I'm flummoxed. I'd nearly forgotten how that feels. It's quite unpleasant. Thank you for informing me of Constable Keene's passing. When you find her killer, please be certain to make them suffer.
You're actually upset about this.
We may have been on opposite sides of the law on occasion, but we were not enemies. Perhaps it will shock you to hear her loss saddens me. Maria was a decent soul, and law knows those are in short supply around here. A little square, perhaps, in her dedication to the rules, but good nonetheless. I'm also saddened to have lost an occasional drinking buddy. She was quite good at cards, you know.
Sorry, Constable Keene. Sorry, Constable Keene. She didn't deserve this.
No, she didn't. But let's discuss something else. Do you have other matters requiring my attention?
Why does Ludovico hate you so much?
The original incident? Well, I made him an offer he should have refused.
And now he regrets doing business with you.
An excellent deduction, Inspector. Our combative relationship stems from paperwork, mundanely enough. Rizzo's contracted Sublight to construct the Eridanos atmospheric complex. Had Lou wanted Rizzo's to retain full control of Eridanos, he shouldn't have skimmed the revised contract I sent him. Lou's an administrator, for law's sake. I thought he would adore all the fine print I added.
How fine print are we talking?
Still technically visible to the human eye, but only just. You're quite good at this. It was all perfectly legal, too, which irked Lou to no end. My power grab, as Lou called it, planted the seed of hatred. And Lou, obsessed with what should have been, has made sure to water it daily with his bitterness and anger.
Nurturing a grudge is an ugly thing. You should make peace with him.
Alas, I can't. I am, first and foremost, the head of Slug, and it simply wouldn't be good for business. Slug's control of Eridanos is a crucial step in my long-term plans for Sublight. The board needs to see irrefutable proof we are a respectable, legitimate business.
Is this the part where you cackle and reveal your evil grand plan?
Oh, that does sound fun, though. Is securing a board seat for Sublight evil enough? Surely we can at least agree that it's grand. Meanwhile, our dear administrator is still laser-focused on old slights, which can be a nuisance. He's grown increasingly desperate to catch Slug with our hand in the proverbial cookie jar as of late, convinced we're involved in less than legal business opportunities.
Which of course you are.
I wish I could wink, but it always looks like I have something caught in my eye.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. This copy of TK contains 142 fewer pages than a standard copy. The missing pages were likely removed to create sufficient space for the hidden listening device inside.
Short range transmission capabilities. The receiver must be somewhere nearby.
Inspector, please consider speaking into the device in order to trace the transmission and reveal the receiver's location.
Speaking to the bug. Moo.
Holy cow impression transmitted. Transmission analysis complete. While the precise location of the receiver could not be pinpointed, it has been narrowed down to a smaller, approximate range.
How long has it been here?
Analysis inconclusive. However, there is a minor accumulation of dust particles present on the book's uppermost surface.
Examine the surrounding area.
The area within a 0.5-meter radius of the book possesses a dust coating comprised of at least twice the number of particles.
Wild guess, the bug was planted roughly a week before Helen's
That
death.
is highly likely, Inspector.
Conclude examination.
What's that you found? No, wait, don't tell me. Let's save it for the big reveal once you've solved the case.
Yo, boss, your place is kind of a mess.
Glad my box hauling days are over. Thought I heard.
Hi there. Sorry, this area is off limits to port vision. Oh, wait half a second. You're the inspector. Sorry about that. I'll buzz you right in. Feel free to have a look around, sir.
Wonder how many of these boxes fell off the back of the loader.
Alright, oh, probably should fix. Hiccups.
You're the inspector, aren't you? Boss Kincannon said you'd be by about the cargo that's been going missing. Gosh, this is so neat. A real-life inspector. What's that like? Have you solved any mysteries yet? Ever had to shoot a suspect?
I've had to take down a few perps. Yep.
Perps? Just like a real inspector. Right, so the missing cargo. How can I help your investigation?
What's the culprit been stealing?
That's the weird part. There's no pattern far as I can tell. The thefts don't make sense. I ask you, who would steal a handful of Spacer's Choice Sabers, so dull they can barely cut mud, but leave the spectrum black? Ugh. Who'd be desperate enough to want to steal a Spacer's Choice Saber, full stop?
Sounds like the perp's not fencing this stolen goods.
Yeah, probably not. No one's dumb enough to think Spacer's Choice Sabers are worth half a damn. Then there's the most recent theft. 5 boxes of pens and a couple of sodas. I can't decide which one's sadder.
So our perp is desperately low on ink?
That's probably not their motive. No.
Who has access to the cargo?
At freight storage and processing, for a start. Thing is, the cargo is going missing before the shipments even get to the warehouse. Best I can figure, it's probably getting lost in the shipping yard. As for who has access there, Benton Chan, he's the shipping yard manager. He told me it's mainly just the loading automechs that handle cargo.
Could Benton have anything to do with it?
Nah, Benton's too lazy for crime. The extra work would kill him. Last time I asked him to check the automechs, the whole head told me he couldn't help because he was dead.
Hard to argue with that.
Yeah, especially when he kept shouting, "Dead people can't hear anything," at me. On the bright side, I'm sure the dead won't mind if you decide to check those loading automechs out yourself. Hopefully, you're mechanically inclined.
Somewhat. That's enough for now.
Before I forget, I figured you might want to access my terminal, so I had a spare keycard made. It's all yours.
Anything on there that I should know about?
Oh no, I forgot to delete all of those incriminating messages I sent about which cargo to steal. Nah, I do have a list of cargo that's gone missing though, if that helps any.
Incoming messages. Pens, soda, I never understand where you get the energy to care about this shit, Tinsley. I don't know what to tell you. Pretty much the only ones that handle any cargo are the automechanicals. You can come look at them if you want, but even I have better things to do than help you exalt justice on a void damned pen thief. Benton, we're missing cargo again, just random shit this time. We lost 5 boxes of blue pens and a couple of purple berry sodas. I can't see a pattern. What got all these Deadeye MK2s in another day, and not one of them went missing, so it's not like the skimmer's going for the most expensive cargo. As far as I can tell, shit's getting skimmed from the crates before they make it in the inside freight and storage processing. Could someone be breaking into the shipping yard at night, you think? Outgoing messages. Man, it's a little funny to see the automechs dance. Not my fault. They're so damn easy to hack. Seriously, a primal could do it. Ella, tell whoever snuck over to the shipping yard and messed with the loading automechs to go to hell, will you? Those things break down enough as it is, and I'll be damned if I'm going to haul cargo around myself. There's a list of things that's gone missing. Pot of cacao milk. Radial protectors, protective clothing, case lemon slaps, toast space choice bin. I ask you, Benton, who would steal Nanner Spank, let alone pictures of Spencer Woolrick? If the thief wasn't skimming from Sidekick or Cedric Kincaid Cannon, of all people, I'd figure they were doing it for the kicks. Ella, tell whoever snuck over to the shipping yard and messed with the yeah.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Transmission endpoint discovered. The receiver in this book matches the transmitter to the listening device found in Cedric's office. It's somewhat grime-covered.
Any clues to who put the tier?
Due to the high level of foot traffic in this area, this unit is unable to determine who placed the device.
How long has it been on the ground?
Based on the accumulated mix of sludge and detritus, The receiver has been present since approximately a week before Helen's death.
Take the receiver. Maybe. I don't even know what I was singing.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Inspector, this loading automechanical's programming does not match factory default settings. The standard defensive protocol has been modified to include an additional trigger.
Oh, I might have been singing that. Do 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 do. Mono mono. Do 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 do. Define standard defensive protocol.
For Type K-19 cargo transport automechanicals, defensive protocol is triggered by attempted interference with cargo, or its transportation, or attempted destruction of the unit. Once triggered, defensive protocol targets the perpetrator and applies lethal force until the target has been deceased for a minimum of 3 minutes.
Identify the new
There's
trigger.
a directive in place to initiate defensive protocol should an unsanctioned data log installed in this automechanical be removed.
Scan for signs of unusual behavior.
Slug automechanical maintenance records indicate this particular unit is frequently reported as out of position or missing for periods of time.
Let's have a look inside this automech.
Loading automechanical unit K-14 is fully operational at 99% power. Please designate the cargo to be transported and its destination. How can this automechanical assist you?
Hi, I'm looking for your I'm here to look at your data logs.
Certainly. Access panel is now unlocked.
Engineering disabled to failsafe.
Failsafe successfully disabled. Kill mode deactivated.
View most recent added data log.
Detecting data log 17C.
View most recent added data log. Looks like the automechanical has instructions to skim random cargo every 1 to 4 days. Okay. What was in shipment 6875?
Apologies. This unit does not have access to cargo inventory lists.
Conclude investigation.
Entering standby mode. Have a nice day.
Inspector, to what do I owe the pleasure?
Solved your cargo skimming issue.
Ooh, I love this part. The big reveal. So tell me, what happened?
Got a serious security problem.
What makes you say that?
Somebody bypassed the loading mech's security system and rewired them to skim random goods.
Damn, you're good. Hacking the Automex. So that was our skimmer's game. But why? Everything that was stolen has seemed random. I certainly see no pattern.
Theft was random except for a single shipment.
So, our culprit had something specific they wished to acquire and used the random theft as a smokescreen. I must say, Inspector, you've done excellent work on this case. Then that just leaves how the culprit knew where their true target would be, or indeed, that Slug would soon possess it.
Found this.
Am I right to think what you found in my office earlier was the other half of this listening device?
Yep. Sure was, and whoever this device belongs to, that's our culprit.
Not quite, Inspector. That listening device belongs to me. I lent it to Halcyon Helen to assist her with role research.
And she used it to research Slug shipments instead?
Unbelievable. I helped her. Gave her whatever she needed. I thought we were doing each other a good turn.
You helped her make money for Slug, you mean?
As though Helen herself didn't profit from her work. Please, this is a betrayal, Inspector. I do not take betrayal lightly. Helen should consider herself very lucky indeed that she is already among the dead, and that some other bastard beat me to putting her in the ground.
That doesn't seem at all suspicious. Seems we found your motive, Cedric. Now, dangerous talk for a man under investigation for Helen's murder.
Halcyon Helen is already dead. If I'd known Helen was stealing from me, I may very well have killed her, or had her killed. Alas, I did not.
Alas. Or maybe you did, and this is all just a show for my benefit.
Oh, that is good, Inspector. Now you are thinking in the manner you must if you intend to get to the bottom of this mess. I wish you luck with your investigation, though I doubt you'll need it. You'll find Helen's murderer. I'm confident of that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must find a way to excise my anger that minimally damages my business empire. I expect it will involve shooting quite a lot of guns.
mean, one of them is definitely that, and the other one is just Perry the Platypus. Oh, for the love of...
The brochure never mentioned anything about mosquito attacks. What other dangers are they hiding from us?
What floor would you like to visit? Next.
Inspector.
Looked into Cedric.
Closely, I trust. Tell me what you found.
Cedric's a slippery guy. Didn't find much to build a case.
That doesn't surprise me. Cedric practically stole his way to Eridanos. He'll do everything in his power to keep you off his trail. With that in mind, do you think Cedric was responsible for Helen's death?
Helen was making money for Cedric. I doubt he has a motive for killing her.
No motive. That's disappointing, because it's exactly the conclusion he'd want us to make. Unfortunately, even I don't have the authority to detain Cedric. His line of work is dangerous, though. There's always a chance for an accident.
Sorry to disappoint you, Ludovico. He's alive and well.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I've already lost Dr. Blossom and Constable Keene, but at least Cedric's alive. The universe is a just place.
What floor would you like to visit? Oh, what authorized to the...
Alrighty. I need to get up there. How do I get up there? Stairs. Stairs would be good. Autopsy report, Bellany Ruth. Cause of death, plasma damage to upper vertebrae, occipital bones, cerebellum. An autopsy report of Ruth Bellamy, formerly Halcyon Helen. Could this be the apex of my profession? Bellany's corpse shows evidence of several possible causes of death, but I've determined the killing blow was plasma damage to her upper vertebrae, occipital bone, and cerebellum. Death was instantaneous and painless. Frankly, her death may have come as a relief. She was unwell prior to the attack. High concentrations of poison compounds in her stomach lining ingested during her last meal. Not lethal, but uncomfortable in the extreme. Spencer Rollrick complained of similar stomach ailments. Is this a problem common to professional actors? Patient's log. Another day, another case that bores me to drink. The ill-fated Byzantium of the hour thought it prudent to gorge himself on enough purpleberry wine to incapacitate a primal. He then attempted to reach the lobby by stairs rather than elevator and fell down 6 flights. Automechanical servants broke his fall. He broke their servo mechanisms and will be billed accordingly. Fractures to left clavicle, right femur, parietal bone, ribs, more injuries than brain cells. I recommend replacing purpleberry wine with Rizzo Spectrum Violet in order to appease Rizzo's company policy. Mr. Hahn came in earlier today, escorted by his sister, apparently not long after arriving in Eridanos. The two of them went on a trip through the Purpleberry Orchard. Miss Hahn's sister visited the puzzle hedges, but quickly became lost. When she eventually made her way out, Miss Hahn was nowhere to be found. The sister claims that Miss Hahn returned to their hotel room several hours later, but has been unusual ever since. Her sister describes the patient as formerly sullen, morose, phlegmatic, and given of melancholial. Her demeanor has transformed into an unpleasant degree of levity and shocking enthusiasm towards everything. I suggest vast quantities of cheap alcohol. These are replacement models of the discrepancy identifier fitted with backup logic modules. I read the label in case of careless inspector. Nice.
Inspector, not a moment too soon. I've just finished my autopsy report.
Let's hear it.
Ruth Bellamy was killed by plasma damage to the upper vertebrae, the occipital bone, and the cerebellum. If it's any consolation, her death was instantaneous and painless. I've also discovered a poisonous compound in Miss Bellamy's stomach lining ingested during her last meal. Toxic, but not enough to kill her. Spencer Woolrich complained of a stomach ailment around the same time period. I assumed he was being, Spencer. But now I'm not so sure.
You sure it wasn't just hotel food?
The thought occurred to me. I tested this hypothesis by vacating the contents of my stomach and testing for the presence of the same toxin. Slightly elevated levels of mercury and an alarming amount of blue food coloring. But other than that, no. I'm certain it wasn't, as you put it, just the hotel food.
When we were talking, you called her Ruth Bellamy, not Halcyon Helen.
Oh, how curious. I do believe you're right. I wonder if this has something to do with the autopsy process. She was Halcyon Helen up until the moment I brought her to the operating table. But as soon as I cut her open, I stopped thinking of her as Halcyon Helen. It's almost as if she stopped being an icon and became a human being.
That's pretty grisly, Doc.
You're a freelancer of some repute. Surely you're no stranger to seeing the interior organs of a human being.
I mean,
Although,
you're not wrong.
I suspect you do most of your work with a gun and not a scalpel.
Nah, they can both be scalpels. Constable Keene is dead.
What? Sorry, this mask. Sometimes I can't hear correctly. It almost sounded like you said Maria Keene was dead.
She was murdered in her office.
Maria's been killed. I don't understand. How? Who did this?
Whoever did it was carrying the needler.
Helen's signature weapon. She brought it with her to the hotel. After we discovered Helen's body, Keene inspected her hotel room. The needler was gone.
She was poisoned by potassium chloride. Do you know anything about it?
Rather harmless on its own. Common ingredient in medicine, but it can have a lethal application. Potassium chloride, when delivered in a cocktail of neurotoxin and paralytic, leads to cardiac arrest. Oh, merciful law. I'm so sorry, Maria.
Well, that's as much as I know.
Maria and I were frequently at loggerheads. We disagreed on practically everything. It didn't help that I'm on Mr. Kincanon's payroll and Maria is a Rizzo's loyalist. Was a Rizzo's loyalist. Apologies, Inspector. I don't have the heart to continue talking at the moment. Thank you for your time.
I noticed you had patient logs on your terminal.
My apologies. I'm not in the mood to socialize.
Talk later, I guess.
The Grand Colonial Front Desk warmly welcomes you, Inspector. It's a pleasure to see you again. How may I be of assistance to you, Inspector?
Need access to the VIP guest floor.
I'd love to, Inspector, but I don't really have the authority. Moreover, the guests were promised exclusivity. If I let you up there, I'll never hear the end of it.
The only guest who'd have a problem with me being up there would be the murderer.
That's a good point. If they give me guff, I can just tell them that they're obstructing justice. That has a nice ring to it. Let me just set you up with VIP guest floor access. Done. You can now come and go as you please.
What floor would you like to... If you see Black Hole Birdie, be sure to get an autograph for me. Just joking. I've already got one.
Okay.
Zeke Hannigan, Rizzo's Rangers 16th back. Pleased to meet you. What can I do for you?
How long have you been in the Rangers?
About half my life. You know I was named third most profitable investment on 2 non-consecutive seasons? Ain't a lot of players who can make that claim. Except for the guys who came in first and second, I guess. I spent the last season injured and almost got sold to the Hephaestus Hammers, but now I'm all convalesced. Ready to lay into some Cleo darlings, you know? Really break some legs.
What brings the Rangers to Eridanos?
Since it's the off-season, we're helping support the launch of Rizzo Spectrum Brown. Meet the fans, sign tossball cards, that sort of thing. How about you, fella? You after a signature?
Nah, I think I'll pass.
He's just being coy. Anyway, where was I? Just between you and me, Rizzo's ought to cancel the whole event out of respect for Miss Helen.
I had some questions about Halsey and Helen.
Oh, you must be that inspector people have been talking about. It's a damn shame about Miss Helen. She was always real good to me and the rest of the Rangers. Birdie's taking it pretty hard. Miss Helen was the love of his life. So, what did you want to know?
Where were you at the time of the murder?
I'm ashamed to admit it, but me and a couple of the other Rangers spent the night in Constable Keene's cells down at the spaceport. We didn't do anything serious, just a bit of pranks and vandalism. It's what usually happens when we all get to drinking. Guess Constable Keene saw things a bit differently and had us hauled off.
Was Birdie in jail with you, the rest of you?
No, we lost him somewhere along the way. Or maybe he managed to get away? I can't rightly remember. But he was definitely not sharing a cell with us. That much I know.
Tell me about Birdie and Helen.
Oh, Birdie was mad about Helen. He was certifiable. The big galoot loved Helen about as much as he loved the game. Trouble is, Birdie was not blessed with an abundance of temper. Helen kept Birdie steady. If he lost his temper around her, it'd be because something broke between the two of them.
Can you think of anybody who would want to kill Helen?
Miss Helen was outspoken. She made her share of enemies on account of her expressing herself. Just between you and me, I heard rumors the Prophet never much cared for Helen's brand of blunt honesty.
Do you think Birdie could have killed her?
What? Law, no. Birdie's got a fierce temper, but there's no way he'd ever have laid a finger on Miss Helen.
Let's talk about something
else.
else.
What can I do for you?
That's all for now. Nope. Don't want to know. Just nope. Oh, a complimentary mints. Neither will I.
Hotel rooms don't feel like home until you mess them up some. This one's real cozy.
A few more questions for you.
What do you want to know?
That's enough for now.
You got nimble fingers, Captain.
Wow, how'd you do that? All the wrist.
Talk to him in a moment. Okay. Less awkward than the cow. I don't want to know. I don't feel like I want to know.
Initiating Enter Protocol. Now simulating familiar and welcoming demeanor. Greetings, theater aficionado and or dumbstruck fan. You are standing in the vicinity of Burbage 3001, the latest and therefore greatest automechanical actor ever designed.
I see you've had some work done. Who upgraded you?
3001's programming is frequently upgraded to adhere to board certified standards. The most recent upgrade was performed by Spencer Woolrich. Banter protocol exhausted, reverting to default behavior, grieving and despair. Oh, Halcyon Helen, may your atoms be commended to the aether.
You know Halcyon?
3001 was designed to disrupt Halcyon Helen's monopoly over the Aetherwave serial market. This unit's programming is based on Helen's most famous roles. Burbage 3001. Anything Halcyon Helen can do, this unit can do slightly worse.
It almost sounds like you've got a motive for murdering Helen.
And dismay protocol. What's this? Helen's death was a murder? How horrifying. Bring that killer to justice. Designated authority figure. This unit has not yet completed its grief cycles. Randomizing despair tables. Oh, Helen, is there no justice in the world?
I'm out.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Discrepancy detected. This bottle, recently discarded, contains residue from foreign substances. Chemical analysis complete. This unit has detected the following substances: oil, terrorray, blood, terrorray, unidentifiable biological fluids, terrorray.
Are these substances added later?
Yes, Inspector. Logical analysis indicates these substances were not present in the bottle's original contents.
Is it toxic?
These substances cause extreme gastrointestinal distress in humans. Large doses can be fatal. This bottle contained Rizzo's Spectrum vodka. The presence of terrorray biological fluids may have significantly improved its flavor.
Let's move on.
About time you arrived. I see you haven't dressed the way I asked you to, but I suppose that was expecting too much of a non-industry lout. Expect a complaint to management. Now, unless you'd like to waste more of my time, I suggest we begin rehearsing. Ready? You've fallen right into my trap, Captain. Oh, don't bother to fight back. You cannot hope to stop me from installing philosophism as the system's reigning ideology.
I'm getting embarrassed by proxy. You want to talk like a human being?
I'd give you a stern admonition, but your bluntness suggests that you aren't with the hotel staff. Oh, no, this is curious indeed. Who are you, and how did you get in here?
I'm here to investigate the murder of Halcyon Helen. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
You're here to investigate me? Oh, I assure you, I'm nothing special. Just an old crook with more money than time. That was a quote from The Retiree's Revenge, in which I played an ex-thief turned decrepit old man. But, of course, I'm certain you already recognized it. Now, what shall I sign first? Your weapon? Your wallet? Or perhaps something a little more personal? Undergarment signatures have been popular of late, or so I've heard.
Get a drink and then head to bed. No staying up watching TV in my room, okay? Not here for an autograph. I'm here to ask you some questions.
Do you mean to say you're not a fan? Well, then how did you get in here? The only staffer cleared for guest room entry is the inspector for Bellamy's murder. Oh. Oh! Hello.
Mm-hmm. Do you derive some kind of pleasure from wasting people's time? Nah. Fold your arms. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Terribly sorry, Inspector. I didn't realize it was you. Understand that I am beyond willing to comply with your search for the fiend that did Bellamy in. You know, now that I look at you, you're the perfect reflection of me. Back when I starred in the Marauder's Bane, the absolute picture of justice. Ask me anything at all. I might even give you a straight answer.
Maybe. I've learned a thing or two about your activities in the hotel.
Oh, have you now? Please do go on. Don't leave me in suspense.
Spoke to Burbage. He told me you upgraded him.
I did indeed. With Halcyon Helen parading her fame about, I was left without an acting partner. Burbage.
Love you too,
is
short
no
stuff.
Exception. His acting protocols were nothing short of a joke. So I decided to make some modifications.
Love you.
Some of
Love
my
you too.
old
Is
serial
bed on?
quotes as
No.
I think improved his range.
Head to bed.
The way he bungled about with that weapon of his hardly befitted a dissident, so I modified it as well. He's much quicker on the draw now, though he's still a machine.
Got my eye on you.
I'm quite used to being breathlessly watched.
I'd like to ask you about the murder.
Certainly, but one quick question before we begin, if I may.
I'll pass it on later.
How was it that Bellamy met her end?
Why are you so curious?
Why, I'm merely worried for my own sake. Perhaps whoever came after her could come after me next. But if you don't want to tell me, I understand. Whatever happened, I hope poor Bellamy didn't suffer.
What were you up to at the time of the murder?
I was meditating, of course. That's how I get into character.
Got anybody who can collaborate that?
Respectfully, Inspector, it is rather counterproductive to commune with others while meditating.
You were meditating, really?
All actors have their methods, and this has been mine ever since I met that wonderful prophet of profitability.
Oh,
She taught
Lord.
me it for my role in The Unemployed Cometh. I had to lie face down on artificially heated pavement. The director wanted our suffering to be convincing. Needless to say, being able to leave my body helped to mitigate the pain, both during the 8-hour shoot and with the second-degree burns afterwards. I owe that woman much.
How long have you worked with the Prophet?
Yeah, actually, only since I've been at the Colonial. The Unemployed Cometh was shot on site. That makes it, a few weeks. I cannot recommend her services enough. If you haven't been to see her yet, you really should.
Okay, back to my other questions.
I'll answer whatever you wish.
Did you know Helen well?
Bellamy has been my co-star throughout the autumn of my career. I should like to think I knew her. In fact, I cannot name a single role in the last 10 years that did not involve her in some way, unless you count the uncredited silent shopkeep on Melissa's Meteoroids.
Must not have been too flattering always starring alongside a young actress.
Oh, it wasn't. And don't think I haven't picked up on your tone. Resenting Bellamy is one thing, but killing her is another completely. It's also beneath me.
All right. Speaking theoretically, how would you have killed the victim?
Oh, come now, Inspector. What do you take me for? I'm an old man. I neither have the time nor the willpower to kill people for fun. Besides, I have my reputation to think of.
Enough about that. On to other questions.
That is enough on that grim subject.
I hear you were poisoned.
Indeed. The agonizing bowel pain was most undignifying. While I've certainly had no shortage of inadequate hotel meals, this was most explicitly pronounced. I suspect poison. And who would be most likely to poison me but Chef Anwar? Oh, we've clashed almost non-stop about his slop preparation. He must have tainted my meal in retaliation.
According to the coroner, Helen was also poisoned. Nah. Can you think of anyone other than the chef who would want to harm you?
None that I can think of. I treat all hotel staff equally, and with the minimum level of respect that they deserve.
You're a dick. Why didn't you go to the clinic for your stomach pain?
Is that a jibe? Could you imagine the tabloid headlines? Spencer Woolrich, Aetherwave star, spotted in gastronomic distress. Oh, unseemly hardly describes the half of it.
According to the coroner, Helen was also poisoned.
How alarming! Whoever targeted her was certainly targeting me. I can only thank my ironclad constitution that I'm standing here before you.
Helen wasn't killed by poison.
Oh, that's very good to know. Perhaps the poisoner simply meant to incapacitate us both, disrupt the product launch. I couldn't say, Inspector. I'm merely an actor.
Mm-hmm. That's all I wanted to know.
Very well, then.
Got a few more questions to ask about that poisoning.
Oh, must I relive that ghastly event again? My intestines still have yet to fully recover. But I
really don't care.
We may discuss it further.
Mm-hmm.
Very well, then.
Who are you exactly?
I'm sure you're joking. Perhaps I'm not in my prime, but you've no doubt seen the name Spencer Woolrich on many a serial advertisement throughout your travels.
Oh, sure. You were that one guy in that one serial.
Come now, I'm sure I would have made more of an impression than that. Could I have really fallen so far behind the times? Did you ever see me in The Masked Marketeer? The Busker of Byzantium? What about episodes 13 and 190 of Princess of Hephaestus?
Nope.
And who could forget From Halcyon with Love? I was great in that movie. Even if I was starring beside a 2-ton bucket of bolts and a woman with no talent.
Busker of Byzantium. Helen wrote a bee to implicate her killer before she died.
I think that's a bit of a stretch, don't you? If you're going to come after me, I expect evidence. Unless you want to be smacked with litigation. Smacked!
Smacked! Alright, bye. There seems to have been some kind of mistake. When I first arrived at the Grand Colonial for this unveiling, I was led to a small sitting room, the kind that individual might be allowed to relax in, with moderate comfort before being led to the actual quarters. It had been a week and a half, yet no one has arrived to deliver me to my actual room yet. If I didn't know better, I might assume that this was meant to be my actual room. If I didn't know better, I might assume that you tried to place Spencer Warwick, star of hundreds of serials, the hero of Aetherwaves, sets colony-wide, in a room where he can hardly walk from one end to the other without bumping his toe on a foot of his bed or his shoulder upon his desk. I might even assume that Ruth Bellamy was placed in the Grand Colonial penthouse suite on purpose, rather than by mistake. But I'm sure that issue will be rectified soon, and our positions will be swapped. I hope you won't try to tell me anything to contrary. S. Woolrich. Mr. Warwick, while the Grand Colonial staff understands your consternation at being placed on the VIP guest level of the Grand Colonial, we're afraid that there was no mistake. Ruth Bellamy, as current spokeswoman of Spectrum Brown Unveiling, is currently slated to have the penthouse suite. An actress of her station deserves only the best. VIP guest floor comes in very close as the second best section of the hotel. The penthouse suite is only about twice as large as your current lodging, and the amenities it provides are only perhaps 3 or 4 times better than those you have access to now. Your current lodgings are proper for an actor of your caliber. If you have any other requests, we'll be sure to respond to them after we get to Miss Bellamy's. The Grand Colonial. We're sure you've no doubt heard of the horrible event of the occurrence in the Grand Colonial Ballroom earlier today. While we know that many of you are concerned for the safety, take heed. We've heard your concerns and know that nothing quite says safety like dozens of guns. Armed security will present all throughout the Grand Colonial on every floor except employee floors 24/7. Freely go about the hotel premises and spend to your heart's content without worrying about someone shooting you in the back of the head. Management. That inspire anything out of you?
Here. Ask me anything at...
Learned a thing or two about your activities in the hotel.
Have you now? Please do go on. Don't leave me in suspense.
Not a bottle of tainted liquor. Might have had something to do with your poisoning.
Yes. I distinctly recall ordering an alcoholic beverage with my meal. This hotel is certainly bringing a new meaning to the phrase rotgut. Management shall receive the complaint to end all complaints. I'm quite...
Oh, that was helpful.
You hear about that?
I'm getting worried about our mascot. Haven't seen him for a spell.
What floor would you like to visit?
Right into the penthouse.
The finest seat in the house.
Wait a minute. I was going to say, I think I need to go talk to the chef.
Would you like to visit?
All right. Yep. Go talk to the chef.
Yes? Are you here for the double rack of smoked sprat? Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you'll have to wait. Oh, don't give me that look. Let me see if I can pencil you in for later. Actually, what am I saying? I can't do that. I'm booked for the next month. You'll have to make a reservation.
Aw, no smoked sprat? What about purple berry glazed canid flank steaks?
Weren't you listening? We're reserved solid for the next month. I'm sorry, but you'll really need to order in advance.
I'm here to investigate Halcyon and Helen's murder. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
You're the inspector? Here? Why? I mean, you may ask me whatever you want. I have nothing to hide.
Mm-hmm. Did you prepare all of Halcyon and Helen's meals?
Of course I did. I would never allow anyone else to touch the meals of so important a guest.
Halcyon and Helen's last meal was poisoned.
Oh my law, this is the end, isn't it? My mother always warned me that the culinary world was too dangerous, but I didn't heed her warnings. Okay, I wasn't the one who did it, but I might have been mistaken when I said I was constantly watching Helen's food. Spencer Woolrich and Bellhop Owens were underfoot in the kitchen as I was preparing Helen's meal. Either one of them could have tampered with the food when I was fetching ingredients.
Alibi's a little thin here. Why should I believe anything that you say?
I understand your reluctance, but... Oh, I just remembered. The kitchen security camera. It'll prove I'm telling the truth about everything. Constable Keene has access to the security footage in her office at the spaceport. If you visit her, you can figure out what truly happened with Helen's meal.
Why were you being so evasive about leaving Helen's food unattended?
Well, it's a breach of professionalism, of course. Why else would I worry about it?
If you tell me the truth, I might be more inclined to believe the rest of what you say.
Well, I suppose that's as good a point as any I've heard. I may have taken some time to engage in a teensy bit of recreational drinking, and consequently, I may have been somewhat less than coherent after preparing Helen's meal.
Any idea where I might find the bellhop Owen?
Yes, but not specifically. Owens often procures exotic ingredients from the creatures at the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve. Our guests can be rather particular. Let's not talk about the incident with the Raptidon pheromone glands. It's always hard to say when Owens might be back. If I were you, I'd make a trek to the reserve myself. Otherwise, who knows how long you'll have to wait.
What is Spencer Woolrich doing?
Woolrich often finds the hotel's meals wanting. He seems to enjoy complaining in person. While I could appreciate someone with a discerning palate for once, I believe that Mr. Woolrich simply enjoys the attention he gets from us. Though don't tell him I said as much. If you wish to speak with him, Mr. Woolrich can most likely be found in his suite on the VIP guest floor. He's usually there if he's not poking around here.
That's all I wanted to ask about. Guess we'll have to see if you're the truth,
Thank you for
telling
your
the truth.
understanding, Inspector. I'm sure you'll find the true culprit before long.
Criminals must provide for maintenance, archiving, and disposal of official records. Records archive not found. All RISO constabularies must maintain detailed archives of official records. Deleting record archives requires high-level clearance. Any attempt to delete official records without clearance is a punishable offense. Interesting. Fairly interesting. It is kind of quiet tonight. I mean, decent amount of you guys in here. Just, I think everybody's burnt out after hangover day. I know it slapped me around a little bit.
Did you hear that someone tore one of the doors?
I may have been just a little bit today. Just a little bit. That's what I get for not drinking for a long time. Granted, don't miss the hangover either. Not even a little bit. Oh my. Oh, look, the bellhop. Then why is your name Peaches? Neither could I. Neither could I. And I'm sorry. It's okay. I'll go to my room. Shit. Downstairs bedroom.
What floor would
I do need to talk to Spencer.
Please, can't you see my heart is bursting at the seams? I absolutely must go out. A quote from the Sisty Cutlet. I voiced a Sisty pig
In the living room.
that it was going to be slaughtered. Ask me anything at all. I might.
No. I think he was talking about whenever I said I'd go to my room. I'm in my room, which is the office attached to the living room. I've learned a thing or two about your activities in the hotel.
Have you now? Please do go on. Don't leave me in suspense.
I hope nobody's getting hung in here. I have security footage of you tampering with Helen's last meal.
Tampering? No. I just happened to be passing through the kitchen and saw a dish that looked good. If being hungry is a crime, you better indict 3/4 of Halcyon.
So, quick question. What was it you wanted with a terror ray bile gland?
What? That damn bellhop promised discretion. Well, if you must know, it's an appetite suppressant. How do you think I keep my form so lithe? Terror ray glands keep me from feeling hunger pangs.
The one with the bathroom in it. I haven't closed up the massive doorway, so... I'll do a better one of those with a phone camera at some point, but for now, you at least got a little bit of an idea. There's been a lot changed in this house. For a supposedly good actor, you're not much of a liar.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is a breach of my... No, I can't keep doing this. You've caught me. As it so happens, I may not have had the terror ray gland acquired for personal use. I may have placed it in Bellamy's meal. But before you indict me, please, just listen. I wasn't trying to kill her.
So you lied about being poisoned? Oh, this should be good.
Just listen to me, please. She would have had to eat 6 or 7 of the glands to die. And even then, it would be an extended, arduous process.
Yeah, you really seem like the toxicologist. Or maybe you played one on an aether wave.
No, really, you must listen. I wasn't trying to kill Bellamy. I only wanted her to be incapacitated during the Brown unveiling. With her out of commission, the next available celebrity, myself, would get to host the unveiling.
Of course.
Think twice about telling the administrator of my misdeeds. If he learns the truth, what's left of my career will be left in shambles.
What would you want me to say instead?
Tell him it was a poisonous mushroom or a bite from some poisonous insect. An accident. I promise I shall make up for my actions. Pay to erect a statue in Helen's honor,
honestly.
or perhaps even dedicate a performance to her memory.
I'll keep you in suspense. It's more fun that way.
My law, if you aren't a sadist. If I have a coronary before you make your decision, I will do my utmost to haunt you.
Okay. You have fun with that.
What floor would you like to visit? Next stop, the finest seat in the house.
Just a little bit of one.
Inspector?
I've completed my investigation into Helen's poisoning.
Excellent. I trust you have a name for our poisoner.
No, they covered the tracks too well.
Are you saying you were outmaneuvered, Inspector? Because that isn't what I want to hear. What I want to hear is, yes, Mr. Ludovico, I've discovered the identity of a dangerous anarchist. I hope you will redouble your efforts in pursuit of Helen's killer.
I know who killed Halcyon Helen.
I've been waiting for this. Tell me, Inspector, who killed Halcyon Helen?
You did.
I beg your pardon. You think I killed Halcyon Helen?
Got proof. You tampered with Burbag 30,001. You tried to cover your tracks.
There's nothing to prove. I don't understand. Are you trying to make a mockery of justice, or are you really this incompetent? I expect you to deliver the name of Helen's killer. I expect you to deliver results, Inspector. And if you can't withstand the pressure, then I expect you to resign. We're done. Your services are no longer necessary.
You sound pretty defensive, Ludovico. Got something to hide?
I'm defensive, Inspector, because I'm under attack. I am assaulted by your perfidious and baseless accusations. You're convinced I murdered Halcyon Helen. Fine. Show me some evidence.
I've got a data proving that you programmed Burbank to fire on Helen.
You what? Now wait just a minute. That data was acquired illegally.
Evidence is evidence. Come clean on it, Ludovico.
All right, fine. Let's do this your way. You say I programmed Burbage to fire on Helen. Why? Helen was critical to my operations on Eridanos. I have no reasonable motive.
The investigation is your motive. You're trying to pin this murder on someone.
I admit, I have been encouraging you to resolve this case as quickly as possible. Helen's death is a stain on our reputation. I don't want it becoming permanent. It wasn't enough that she smile for our cameras and kiss a bottle of Spectrum Brown. No, she had to know what was in it, how it was made, why it was made.
You're horrible, Ludovico. We've got nothing more to say to each other.
For once, we're in agreement. Wait, don't move a muscle. Someone's just tripped my alarm. And my security defenses. And killed my patrols. The distillery is under attack. Someone's after me, Inspector. I need you over here right now.
Inspector, huh? I thought you said my services were no longer required.
Forget what I said. I'm renewing your contract as of this moment. Damn it. Someone's interfering with my transmission. Can you read the...
So guys, should we help him out, or...
Whoever the real killer is, I got a feeling they're going after Mr. Ludovico. We need to catch up to him. Fast.
I guess, if we have to. Getting kind of tired of kicking my heels up in the penthouse all day.
All right. I got nothing going on.
We should definitely go. As for helping him, maybe we take the wait-and-see approach?
From the depths of Terra 2 to the heights of Eridanos, there's no mess that your SAM unit can't unstick, unclog, or unsully.
All right. Well, let's go find out this murderer.
Don't you fool.
We all in one piece?
This place is already making my eyes hurt.
It gets a little violent. What do you mean? I've been lockpicking at level... I have a lockpick. Is it hacking? Oh, it's hacking. Tech skill. Still skill. Hack plus 7. Ah! Ha, ha, ha. Defensive skill. Damn it. One off.
Careful. These will give you retinal damage if you stare too long.
I'm noticing. All right. Yeah, that was the entry.
Maximum of 3 samples, huh? Joke's on you, Rizzos. I can't count when I'm drunk.
Fairy Rapture. I'm gonna have to play that again at some point. I just am going to have to. Oh, that's weird.
Easy now.
Or was it because you were on TikTok? In my defense, I did try to make TikTok work yesterday. Halcyon Hunt, this letter inscribed with the initials HH was featured prominently in each of Halcyon Helen's starring roles. Oh, this. It was the gift from an old flame. Ha! Never leave home without it. Never know when it might save your life. Right. Infinite's so good. I'm looking forward to Judas, though, and we haven't seen anything about that in a while. This really is just the room. Damn.
Bring me down. That's awesome to make you smile.
You gotta teach me that.
Hi, Helen.
I had a feeling you'd catch up to me sooner or later, Inspector. I was just hoping you'd find me standing over the administrator's corpse.
What in law's name? Halcyon Helen, how are you still alive?
Oh, is that Ludovico I hear? Perfect. I'm so glad he's still in the building. Would you mind letting him know I'm about to blow his whole operation to flinders?
Could we take a step back and maybe not blow up any buildings while I'm still in them?
That's gonna depend on whether or not you're on my side.
Don't listen to her. How can you possibly trust the word of someone who lacks the decency to stay dead?
You were never my target, Inspector. I've no intention of killing you unless you stand in my way.
I'm not looking for a fight. I just want to know what's going on.
Inspector, you're about to learn the biggest secret in the vaporwave industry.
Not really.
Halcyon Helen was never one person.
Oh,
I shared
okay.
this role with my twin sister, Belinda.
Are you serious? Halcyon Helen's got a twin sister? I mean, yeah, it's obvious. You know, if you think about it.
A twin? The only thing worse than being an only child has gotta be having a perfect sibling. Can you imagine the parents?
Belinda and I were the best kept secret in the business. Nobody could tell us apart. And certainly not a peevish, petty, miserable little worm like Quentin Ludovico. So when I discovered the truth, when I realized what Ludovico was about to unleash on this colony, Belinda paid the price.
Feign shock. Administered to Ludovico? A murderer and a coward? Why, I never.
Call me a murderer all you like, Inspector, but I'm no coward. I bloodied my hands to save this colony. I'd do it again. If it means defending Halcyon's future, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Tell the truth, Ludovico. There's nothing safe about Spectrum Brown. You want to infest this entire colony with those disgusting parasites.
They're not parasites. These creatures are symbiotic life forms. They belong to the highest order of life forms, capable of living in perfect harmony with humanity. The symbiotes evoke a feeling of joy in their host, a bliss so pure, so profound as to render the most exquisite recreational substance obsolete. Oh, don't you see, Inspector? I want to bring joy back to Halcyon. I want this colony to smile again.
They're not symbiotes. I've seen the way they infect people's...
A host only turns violent if they're carrying too many symbiotes, or if they see you as a threat. In its natural state, the relationship between symbiote and host is perfectly harmless. Listen to me. I never wanted to take a life, but I had no choice. I couldn't let anyone destroy this colony's only chance at real happiness. But what about Helen? What about all the innocent people she's killed?
No one I crossed off was innocent.
That was you in the lab. You killed Dr. Blossom.
Have you met Dr. Blossom?
Mm-hmm.
He was practically a reptile. A
Mm-hmm.
cold-blooded psychopath who toyed with human lives in the name of scientific advancement. Leora Blossom wasn't a person. She was a weapon in Ludovico's arsenal. You call it murder? I call it disarming my enemy.
Mm-hmm. I know you killed the Rangers mascot.
The mascot was a spy working for Ludovico. He was ordered to keep an eye on Belinda and I, and report back to his master.
You're being paranoid. I barely knew the fellow.
Don't try to deny it. Anywhere Belinda and I went, that mascot was there, just watching us with those cold, dead eyes.
Found him rummaging through your things.
That doesn't surprise me at all. He was on Ludovico's side, just like the others. Dr. Leora Blossom, Maria Keene, that flackwit of a mascot, they were standing between me and Ludovico, so I did what I had to do. I went through them.
You killed Constable Keene? She was on your side.
She was on Ludovico's side. When she realized I was alive, she refused to stay silent. I gave Maria a chance. I told her about Belinda. I asked for her help, but she turned me down. She was honor-bound to report me to Ludovico. Maria had a duty to her company, and I had a duty to Belinda. We both did what we had to. But in the end, I was the faster shot.
I've heard enough.
You know what you need to do. Help me avenge Belinda. Help me put a stop to this.
Don't listen to her. Listen to me. Throw in with Helen and you destroy Halcyon's only chance at real happiness. Think of the future, Inspector. A lifetime of bliss and joy for every colonist in Halcyon. We can make that happen.
I'm helping you, Helen, but once we get out of here, I expect answers.
Couldn't agree more. The last thing this colony needs is more grinning idiots.
We don't have a lot of time. We need to get out of here.
Not so fast. I've sealed the bulkhead doors. You're staying right where you are. I'm sorry to do this to you, Inspector. Truly I am. If it's any consolation, Helen has brought some remarkably powerful explosives. Your death should be instantaneous. Goodbye, Inspector. Helen, we won't meet again.
Damn it. He sealed us in, but I think I know another way out. Follow me and stay close.
Let's move.
in. Let's open that door, please. Looks like he sealed the door. Try throwing that switch down there. That will get us through. Next one. We're close to the exit. We made it. Nice work, Inspector. We may have put a stop to Ludovico's operations, but he's still at large. He's probably gone into hiding, so we're going to root him out.
What's the plan?
This entire complex has been exposed to those parasites. Law only knows how many they've infected. Most of them won't even know they're carrying a parasite inside of them. If they're showing symptoms, it's probably already too late. Boundless energy, insufferable joy, an almost saccharine attitude of optimism. Then just like that, parasites bursting out of their bodies, fat and wriggling with vital energy.
There must be some kind of pesticide benign to humans, lethal to parasites.
You're a step ahead of me, Inspector. An airborne pesticide of some kind. I think you may be onto something. Let's meet back at your penthouse. We'll ready our next move.
I have questions.
Not here. In private, back at the... See you soon, Inspector.
Ba, 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 ba. I need to shoot more infected in the...
Same medical grade dye we use to identify blood clots. It never leaves your system.
Oh, Blarg. Not the sister. Ludovico being insane, a little bit. So I gotta admit, twin sister, a little bit out of left field for me.
Not gonna let no one bring me down!
I just want to make you smile. Oh no, this hotel guest has perished. Meanwhile, these two are still just sitting out here like, yeah, things, stuff. Cool.
What floor would you like?
strange. When you walk through that door, I half expected to see Belinda. Belinda and I practically shared a life. Losing her feels like losing a limb. She's conspicuous by her absence.
This must be difficult for you.
I appreciate the sympathy, Inspector. Thank you. I'll appreciate your help even more. You shut down Ludovico's distillation plant, but he's not gonna sit idly by. If he can't use Spectrum Brown to infect the colony, he'll resort to some kind of backup plan. I stole this formula from Dr. Blossom, a failed prototype of Spectrum Brown. Look at this. The prototype had the opposite effect, and actually made you immune to the parasites.
So, your immune system could destroy the parasite before the larval stage.
Precisely. I see we're in your wheelhouse, Inspector. Or do you prefer Doctor? We're going to need 2 ingredients. A sample of essence of sprat, and 1 intact pod of parasite eggs. Cedric's warehouse in the Piraeus spaceport almost certainly carries a batch of sprat essence. As for the pod, I'd check the wilderness reserve for you.
Oh, you mean sprat nucleons? They're commonly used in medical experiments.
I'm glad one of us is an expert. Most of what I know is based on Dr. Blossom's notes. Here's what I understand. Sprats have an adaptive immune system. They don't suffer from the diseases and parasites they carry. It's one reason why you'll see them in every corner of the colony. Dr. Blossom experimented with sprats and accidentally discovered a way to become immune to the parasites. That's probably when she decided to switch to human testing.
Probably. I should be able to synthesize an effective antiparasitic.
You're a scientist and an inspector? You really are full of surprises. I borrowed a centrifuge from the research lab. Use the ingredients to synthesize an antiparasitic.
Easy enough.
I'm glad I could count on your expertise. Once you're finished, head to the pilot house. We'll hijack the control system and disperse the cure into the atmosphere. That should kill off most of the parasites.
Not so fast. Let me borrow your needler.
Are you worried I'm gonna shoot you in the back?
I'm already doing all the work. I deserve to feel like an Aether Wave hero.
You're right. You do deserve the spotlight. Here. You take good care of my needler, and it'll take good care of you.
Holster the gun.
There is one other thing. While you're at Piraeus Spaceport, have a word with Cedric Kincannon. I know Cedric. There's nothing he wants more than a chance to eliminate Ludovico. We could use him on our side. Best of luck, Inspector. I'm counting on you.
I wanted to ask you about Belinda.
I'm not accustomed to talking about Belinda, but I'm also not accustomed to the kind of sympathy you showed me earlier. So I'll make an exception for you. Belinda and I shared the role of Helen, but she was also the only person who knew the real me. To the rest of the colony, I'm Halcyon Helen, but to my sister, I was just Ruth. I could be myself around Belinda, and she could be herself around me. She was my only sister, but she was also my only friend.
People know you're Ruth Bellamy. Was it hard for Belinda to keep herself secret?
No. Belinda enjoyed the secrecy. She could slip into the role of Halcyon Helen, attend social events on my behalf, perform a few stunts, deliver a few lines. And then, when she grew tired of all the people and all the attention, all she had to do was slip out of the role and be my sister again. She was the secret twin. She had a comfortable life in the shadows, an easier life. I made sure of that.
She was important to you. If I were you, I'd want revenge too.
What I want is my sister back, but I'll settle for killing Ludovico.
Nobody else knew you had a twin sister?
Parents, naturally. An agent, a couple of directors. None of them had any reason to reveal the truth. To them, Helen was a brand. Revealing our secret meant damaging that brand. Damaging that brand meant losing money. Nobody in this colony wants to lose money. Belinda and I saw Helen as an act of theatric sleight of hand. We enjoyed the deception, the challenge. We wanted to see how far we could go.
I'd say you went pretty far. You two became Halcyon's best paid stars.
And if I hadn't underestimated Ludovico, you and I probably wouldn't be talking about Belinda in the past tense. We wouldn't be talking about her at all. It should have been me in that ballroom. Belinda died because I was careless. Never mind that. If you've got something else to ask me, now's the time.
That's all I wanted to know.
Glad I could satisfy your curiosity.
Nah, want to hear the whole story.
Good to see you. Look. It's a long story, Inspector.
Reach for a cigarette, then you best get started.
It's supposed to be just another marketing job. Rizzo's wanted Halcyon Helen to be the face of Spectrum Brown. Some hideous concoction served with a dead parasite. All we had to do was spend a few weeks on Eridanos. Shake some hands, sign a few autographs, drink a bottle of Spectrum Brown in front of a camera, and try to smile. Belinda didn't want to go. But I wanted a change of scenery. In any case, we couldn't possibly say no.
Why didn't Belinda want to go?
Belinda always hated endorsement deals. They felt cheap to her, inauthentic. She always believed her first priority was to our fans, and not the company that bought us out.
What happened when you got to Eridanos?
Belinda and I arrived on Eridanos and played our usual game of trading places. We were practically flawless. Even Ludovico didn't know about us. Belinda was unhappy for the first few days, but then she met Bertie Holcomb. Bertie treated her like a human being and not just an Aetherwave icon. They were just about perfect.
I met the guy who really cared about her.
Bertie had a temper, and that worried me. But in the end, he was a decent enough fellow. Bertie wasn't the person I should have kept an eye on. It was Ludovico. I had a feeling Ludovico was hiding something. Belinda stayed busy socializing with the celebrities around the complex. That gave me some time to do a little digging.
I heard you insisted on a tour of the lab.
I saw everything. The test subjects, the parasites. Spectrum Brown was never safe to drink. Those harmless, dead parasites at the bottom of every bottle. They were just dormant. They would have sold out in a month. This colony loves novelty. They'll eat up any new product we toss their way. A new cereal, a new Spectrum flavor. Ludovico knows that. From Emerald Vale to Byzantium, a parasite in every brain and a grin on every face. Every last one of us trapped behind a mask of joy. That's what Ludovico wants.
Ludovico realized what you were up to. He thought he'd expose his plan. He thought you'd expose his plan.
I was careless. I was risking Belinda's life every step of the way, and I never even realized.
Don't blame yourself.
I wish it were that easy. Still, thank you. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
Goodbye.
What floor would you like to visit? If you see black... What floor...
Indeed, Beaches. We very happy for you. Oh, balls. Possibly. Very possibly. I have watched that one. I'm pretty sure I remember most of it, so it'll be less exciting for me being waylaid by a lot of the stuff, but it could be fun to play. Nice. It could be good for the stream.
Law, how'd you get in here alive? You are alive, yeah? And
Nope.
not one of them? No, you look clean. Good. You'd better get inside with the others.
Inspector, you made it. Well done. I'm afraid you may find the spaceport is, at the moment, less hospitable than usual.
I noticed.
Regardless, you must have some purpose here. Do tell.
That's a little better. What happened here?
Whew. Whatever it was, it happened quickly. Like a wave sweeping across the shore. We were overrun. Survivors are still trickling in. We've put out a call to slug agents not at the docks to keep their distance. With the warehouse's stores, Slug could hold out here for weeks, easily. Possibly months.
I'm working with Helen to create an anti-parasitic. We need essence of Sprat.
With Helen? You don't say.
It's a longer story than we have time for.
That's not terribly surprising, considering present circumstances. This anti-parasitic...
I've noticed. I appreciate it.
Restore my people to their original, non-infected selves? Safely?
Yes, well, probably.
You do inspire confidence, Inspector. Well, I'll take my people's probable cure over their guaranteed death. Coincidentally enough, Slug can supply you with essence of Sprat. Ella Tinsley, the warehouse foreman, you remember her. There's a package on the desk in her office. You'll find the essence of Sprat you need in there.
Who ordered essence of Sprat, anyways?
Oh, I wouldn't like to say. A customer-supplier confidentiality and all that. Now then, is there anything else I can do for you while you're here?
Ludo's behind everything. Will you help me take him down?
Oh, my. You mean Lou was up to no good this whole time?
Gets worse. He wanted to infect all the colony with slugs.
It's an ambitious plan, I'll give him that. But tell me, why should I help you, Inspector?
Architect's balls, because I'm the Sprat fucking inspector, damn it.
Could I encourage you to pause and take a deep breath? I can see this has all been very stressful for you. You can expect slug support. I'll arrange for my agents to meet you at the distillation station.
Tell them to bring their best weapons and any personal issues they'd like to work out through violence.
I'll do that. I think one of our checkpoint guards is going through a divorce. As thrilled as I am to assist you in taking down Lou, we have barricaded ourselves in here for a reason. I imagine you have a plan for getting out of the spaceport safely?
Took out some of the infected on the way in. Should be safer now.
That I'd lose some of my agents to this violence was likely inevitable. Still, that is sad news, Inspector. Kindly save all further bloodshed for Ludovico.
Yeah.
Want to guess which land?
What do you think you're doing?
Just leaving.
But I got my eye on you.
I got my eye on you. Mm-hmm. Okay, no slug zombies. Examine the centrifuge. Okay, label reads Rizzo's laboratory centrifuge. No training required. All Rizzo's laboratory equipment has been designed to use by the unschooled worker. Insert ingredients, push button, and watch it spin. Peel back the label. You see another small label under one. It reads, Discontinued model, Spacer Choice proprietary technology. Pour in essence of sprat and parasite egg. Essence of Sprat smells vaguely like Rest and Go on the Groundbreaker, or possibly the Katina in Edgewater. It's difficult to place, but your eyes water all the same. Parasite egg sinks into the concoction, sizzling. You activate the centrifuge. The device does its work without any additional input from you. A swirl of bright colored colors entertain your eyes, and a few moments later you hear a bright chime. right. Oh, you were gonna make me run that whole way. Alright, fine. This ended up being a hell of a frickin' DLC. You don't get ones this length usually. What, we've been on this rock for like 3 streams now?
Stay down, miscreant.
Rizzo's puts the buzz. Blarg. It was Spacer's choice.
Greeting protocols suspended. All non-essential protocols suspended. Phaeton is standing by for larval compound dispersal.
Load antiparasitic. Disperse this instead.
Affirmative. Dispersing. Incoming message from Rizzo's distillation station.
What have you done? What in law's name have you done? You hijacked our atmosphere. Are you trying to kill us all? No. You're trying to kill my symbiotes. I'm not going to let you destroy everything I've built. I can still fix this. I can undo the damage you've done.
Sure.
End of transmission.
Oh, Ludovico, I am going to enjoy this. Okay, please. Should do that. Oh, for the love of... Aw. What's that, Doug? Wow, that gun is bad. I'm pretty happy with who I am. I done a little bit of changing, some rediscovery over the last year, but yeah, I don't think me is going anywhere. I hope the same for you two as well. I kind of like you guys. You guys, my buddies.
What could that have been? Trying to infect me with your smile, damn you!
I appreciate that. And honestly, I just want a place for people to feel like they can be themselves, hang out, have fun, and watch some idiot make mistakes in a video game for a little while. So, I think we both get what we want. Don't see any reason to change that.
Wait a second. They don't brew anything down here? It's just storage? place is...
Yeah, I understand that. And hell, there's a few streamers that constantly get a bad name for some of the crap they do. Seen it, don't have a lot of respect for it, but I can hope to at least give a better example. Where the hell did...
Oh yeah, that's funny. Feels good. Feels. Not gonna let you. Never felt so damn good. I just want to be your friend.
That's a long way down. Anyone else want to toss a big cart down there and wait for the sound? No? Just me, huh?
Come on. Come out and play. What could that have been?
All right. Down to the underground bunker that... Oh, for the... I can appreciate that. Everything seems to check out on this tank, but I'm not exactly sure if the liquid is leaking. It's supposed to be glowing or not. I have to send this up to corporate to see if we are working a bioluminescent spectrum flavor or something.
How'd you do that so fast?
Yeah, I've watched streamer for quite a few years and don't really know anything about him besides what he puts on this television, so I can definitely relate to the knowing who you're watching.
Yes, I know you're hungry. Be patient. I'll feed you soon enough. Just a guest. The one I told you about. The inspector. Welcome. We were just talking about you.
There's someone behind you or something. It's kind of crap. You really need to lay off the Spectrum Brown, Lou. You've gone round the bend.
I assure you, I am in full control of my faculties. I know what you've done. Hijacked Phaeton. Contaminated the air we breathe with your poison. You think you've saved this colony? All you've done is robbed Halcyon of its last chance at real happiness. And you've angered my queen.
What exactly is going on?
The queen of symbiotes. A creature of endless compassion and unfathomable intelligence. The next sovereign of Halcyon. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to feed you to the queen, and then I'm going to find a way to repair the damage you've done. Don't be afraid. She can smell fear, and it makes her absolutely ravenous. Your Highness, dinner is served. Wait, no, not me. Damn! Merciful law!
Oh. Well, damn. Boss battle. Whoa! I think my health was a little low. Alright, where you at? Come on.
Real slick.
Mac machinery controls.
Mr. Ludovico? Mr. Ludovico, sir? Is there any chance you're still alive inside the Queen's digestive tract? Wait, no. That's his leg on the ground over there. Okay, well, this is interesting. Mr. Ludovico never signed my release, so I'm contractually obligated to stay by my post. Assistant Harwell, Confectioner and Munitions Department. How may I be of assistance?
I could do some ammo.
Oh, absolutely. Rizzo's manually operated confection and ammunition dispensers are state-of-the-art.
Oh wow, cool.
I stocked the repository right beside your terminal. Thank you for choosing Rizzo's during your moment of mortal terror.
Yeah, there's a TikToker I watch regularly that is from Iowa. I'd like to know where. Dude's cool.
Nice going.
Why do I have a Yeah. What the hell is this bug? We seriously bugged the game? The bug bugged the... Oh boy, I can't wait to see how far... Yep, we're ways. Great. Doug, where was that? I need to save more often. My bug bugged.
Something's bumming me out.
That's the last of him!
Bugs me a little bit. Just a little bit. You might even say it's a little pest.
How'd you do that so fast?
we take down Ludovico and put an end to his plans, I just want to say, the real parasites were the corporations all along. All right, I'm ready.
That was beautiful.
Your Highness.
Goodbye, Ludovico. Good idea. Yeah, let's do that. Yes, I do. I am also incredibly broke, so I can only do it as available.
This machinery cluster is now active. Please exercise caution.
Nah, you good.
You gotta teach me that.
Surprisingly, I just immediately assumed it wasn't meant to be a direct attack. It was just a, hey, did you think about this? And I have. I'm just broke.
Real slick. This machinery cluster is now active. Please exercise caution.
Is which part worth it, I guess, is my question. The being broke or the having nicer weapons? Because nicer weapons are always better.
You made it. I guess happy customers really are repeat customers. Here, I had something I wanted to give you. This is a golden ticket, good for one free tour of the Purpleberry Orchards. This is my way of showing you that I appreciate you just for being alive.
Aw, thanks, buddy. Thanks, Hardwell.
Enjoy the golden ticket, friend.
Stand still, I'll put you out of your misery. I done? Yeah, it can definitely be worth it, because the grind is tough if you don't. Granted, you can just go with whatever weapons come across you, but I found that, holding on to anything with a gold outline was usually one of the bests, and then your science weapons. Please tell me I can teleport. Good. I can't teleport because there's... Right? You know, I really do want to see Tossball now, because considering he's like a big Tossball fan and everything, kind of leaves you wondering, like, alright, this game has got to be insane.
I must have dreamed up 100 different ways to kill Ludovico. I'll be honest, eaten alive by the queen of the brain slugs wasn't on that list.
Yeah, same. You sound disappointed.
Is that so strange? I imagine this moment would be a little more cathartic. But Belinda's still gone, and I don't feel all that different.
I gotta. You know what you need? A nice cold bottle of Spectrum Brown.
Hilarious, Captain. You must be very popular with your crew. I can't go back to the way things were. I can't return to my old life because it was never my life to begin with. It was shared. Never mind, you don't need to listen to this. Thank you again for your help, Captain. I never would have made it this far without you.
Inspiration. It sounds like you're giving up. Belinda wouldn't want that.
You're right. She wouldn't. She was always braver than me, you know. I was always the defeatist. Gave up too easily, and she never let me forget it. And now, without Belinda, I think I have to give up on being Halcyon Helen. She wouldn't be pleased to hear me say that, but I don't have much of a choice.
I didn't know Belinda, but she obviously wanted you to be happy. Don't give up on that.
You're right. I'm despairing, and that's not worthy of me. It's not worthy of my sister. Thank you, Captain. I needed to hear that. If you don't mind, I'd like to be alone with my thoughts for a while.
Here, take a needler back.
Keep the gun. It's just going to feel heavy in my hand.
Goodbye.
There's only room for one slug boss on Eridanos.
That was seriously it? Okay. That was a good joke, though. Only room for one slug boss. Ah! Guy's got jokes. Got anything hanging out? Nope. Cool. All right, Ada.
Welcome back, Captain. Or shall I call you Inspector? What can I do for you?
I'm not an inspector anymore. I finished the Erdanos job.
During your absence, I passed the time by simulating a number of hypothetical conclusions to this case. Unfortunately, my understanding of the facts is limited, and my appraisal of the individuals involved is not flattering. Therefore, my conclusions are inaccurate.
I can tell you what happened if you'd like. Actually, no. All right, humor me. Why do you think... Who do you think killed Halcyon Helen?
My simulations have yielded several possible causes of death. Halcyon Helen may have been killed by one or all of the following: asphyxiating on Rizzo's Spectrum Brown, grappling with a primal while inebriated, killed by an overzealous fan, death by automechanical, or profound loneliness. How close were my estimations?
Why don't I... Closer than you think.
Excellent. I'm pleased to discover my ability to predict human behavior is accurate. This information is valuable to me. I will update my behavior simulation protocol accordingly. Thank you, Captain.
No problem, Ada.
How can I be of assistance?
Talk to you later.
See you soon, Captain.
All right. Now, Brave New World. We'll at least get this started. I know we're not going to finish it.
I am pleased to inform you that we have arrived at the labyrinth. Please be advised that the punishment for trespassing is execution. Please be advised that electrical storms on the surface of Tartarus make departure impossible at this time.
Know anything useful about Tartarus?
Resident count is as follows: 3,071. Resident deaths, including but not limited to executions, are as follows: 1,684. Resident escapes are as follows: 0. The interior is cold and chilly. Take a scarf with you, Captain. I would also ask that you leave your captain's ID with me, in the event that you do not return.
You promise not to leave without me?
I can make the assurance that I will not leave with another captain unless you do not return within 876,541,652 hours. Oh, speak of the devil. Captain, I am receiving a transmission from the prison's docking authority now.
Attention, unauthorized spacecraft. This is a maximum security installation. Your presence here is an explicit violation of UDL corporate policy. You are hereby confined to your docking platform until a ticket detailing your crimes has been filed and notarized, at which point your vessel will be seized and you will be executed.
Okay. How long will that take?
I wager it'll take a bit longer than it takes you to lose your patience and storm out of your ship looking to get shot. To be honest, that'd make my job a lot easier. You come out, we shoot you full of holes, and then everyone goes about their day worry-free. Except you. You'll be dead.
Oh, okay. Hey, how do I know you're the real officer under that helmet? Show me your barometric ID.
All right. I'm feeling generous. I'm transmitting the ID of a productive, law-abiding employee so you can see what one looks like before you die.
Okay.
Anyway, Tartarus Docking Authority signing up. Hang on. Another ship just pulled into your dock. Wait, is that from the Groundbreaker? What the? Pay no mind to that. Just have a pleasant day.
Transmission terminated. Biometric ID received. Transferring data to external cartridge.
Yeah.
How can I be of assistance?
I'm out,
May
Ada.
luck be with you. Of course, as I am sure you are aware, luck does not exist. But it seems to comfort humans to believe they possess good quantities of it.
I don't need luck. You know what? Sorry, Felix. I'm taking Sam this time. I gotta give the viewers what they want.
The captain did right by us once. Now it's ours. The board will never own Groundbreaker. Not while I read. Push on, my guy.
You're not worth the paperwork. Got a promotion coming.
Sam cleans it up. Lying in the dirt is resuming passive mode.
I do believe I've gotten too heavy. Well, looks like we trudging this thing.
They're on us.
Take him down.
Scoured with prejudice. Overlord. Your vitals are in shift.
I got him!
Area sanitation assessment. The Labyrinth on Tartarus. Task classification. Easy peasy.
Getting in's one thing. Let's just hope we're able to get out again.
Okay. It's the final brain cell. Weenie. Weenie.
Neutralize and sanitize. Centrifuge
That was a mistake.
The captain did right by our flight and our The board will never own Groundbreaker. Not while I breathe. Push on, Margot.
I did.
Activated.
Watch a pro at work. Not bad, huh?
And maintenance job fulfilled. Object is soon to be specialist.
Here we go. How about that?
Bum, 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 bum. I still don't understand why my lockpicking is suddenly not going to 150, even though I know it should be.
Clean cycle back to industrial state. Neutralize and sanitize. Sanitization incoming.
I was gonna say, Sam, you gonna finish cleaning that up? He's pretty good at it. Like, arguably, I probably shouldn't have wasted him as much as I have, because he just squishes everybody.
middle name.
Some intense music. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
Area sanitization assessment. The labyrinth on Tartarus. Task classification. Easy peasy.
Easy peasy, he says.
Would you like Sam to tidy up this area? Waiting for confirmation command.
Yeah, I'll let you tidy stuff up. Just give me a second.
Received.
Stomp.
Frickin' fan coming up.
Not bad, huh?
Centrifuge mode activated.
Don't mess with us.
Operations are messy. Units never lay down. Sanitization incoming.
Anyone else?
Good news, customer. All germs and contaminants have been neutralized.
Good, I was worried about that, Sam. I appreciate your diligence. It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's choice. This password's for something called a RAM. There are 3 columns, but only one is legible. The rest have been scratched out. Today's password from the column is 2 smells like. Thank Christ. Alright. Well, junk. I can move again.
Industrial stain. Identify. Dropped object is an organic in rest mode.
There we go. I think they're dead, Jim. Oh, that dude was just straight up blown up. Heck. Yeah, for sure. One of the greatest things about playing Destiny for as long as I did, I played as a warlock. Titans would never look up. You could just hang out in the sky and drop hell on them all day long. Sad part is, at this point, I'm just grabbing crap because it's what I've been doing the whole game. I don't even need most of this. No. Nope, that's not the one with Rizzo's in it. Really? Just barely short. Whoopsie. Oh, his head just went boom.
This area has been sanitized.
Yeah, I'd say so, Sam. Yes. All right. I think it's science weapons, so you can't. But I will look into it. Most I can do is level it up. It's still kind of crap. Ah, you're good. corrosion, physical armor rating, augmented and reinforced. Sure, we'll go with that one. Sure, I'll take that. Tech skill, leadership. Improved thug kit. No, don't need the scanner. I figured I'd keep it on me at least. So storage manifest. Continue. Access architectural records. I don't know what any of that did, but I guess we're gonna find out the hard way.
Area filth level assessment. Disgusting! One order of frickin' fan coming up.
Not bad, huh?
Clean up the competition. Sterling is this unit's middle name. Resuming passive mode.
Wow, these guys have like nothing on them. Oh boy. Grab the stuff. List of passwords. Today's password is 3Borst. Meh, sure.
I'm working as fast as I can, all right? If y'all would quit bothering me, I'd get this done sooner.
What are you doing?
Fixing the FPS system. FPS system. Redundant, Melody. Can you just let me work? I'm almost done.
Don't know what an FPS is.
Forced pacification system. If the prisoners riot, we gas them. Kinda little haywire after the last deployment, so here I am. Anyway, I need to finish this. Get out of here, will you?
You don't need to fix it. I'd really prefer you didn't fix it.
One order of frickin' fan coming up.
Don't mess with that. That was fun.
Going up.
Let's go, troops. Stellar base counting on us. How about that? Sure to see me now.
Feeling is this unit's middle name.
Anyone else?
Centrifuge mode activated. Customer, all germs and contaminants have been neutralized.
Like true professional. Not bad, huh?
Sam just straight up melts them. Like, oh, is this guy picking on you? Here, let me dissolve him. Unseal door.
Well, look who it is. I'll be damned. I was prepping the studio for our announcement, and here you are as a bonus. Ah, and the wayward doctor. Are you about done with your escapades? We have faces that need lifting after all.
These days, I'm more interested in breaking them. Wouldn't mind taking a swing at yours.
And, oh, I had heard you were dragging around a repurposed janitorial mechanical. My staff jokes that it's because you're a walking pile of refuse.
Interactive database update. The unique organic substance labeled chairman has been classified as filth, imminent for incineration.
When you go off and get yourself shot, try to avoid taking one to the face. I'll want it recognizable to show to my citizens.
Chairman Rockwell, I presume.
My word. You've correctly identified the most recognizable man in the colony. Remarkable. It's a wonder what Phineas saw in you. Then again, he's an insane person. Thankfully, he's our insane person now. A proper company man.
Please, Phineas would rather die than corporate.
Yes, he is an extraordinarily obstinate fellow, isn't he? Fine, he isn't working for us per se. Semantics, he'll come around. But that's between us. As far as my adoring citizens will know, we've turned a dangerous crackpot into a working-class man. It's a miracle.
Mm-hmm. That crackpot is saving the frozen colonists you gave up on.
Oh yes, go on, wake them up, add more mouths to feed. That'll solve our starvation problems. I don't know what half-baked plans that simpleton in a lab coat has been leading you through, but it's done. It's over. Let me ask you something, Captain. Have you at any point thought about not fucking up our entire society?
Too late, it's already fucked up.
Recognizing our work.
I'm making actual progress towards stabilization and recovery. You're just getting in the way.
You'd prefer to keep riding this downward spiral. I can fix this place.
If I and my people can ride it out in luxury and happiness, yes, I would. I don't know if you've noticed, Captain, but Halcyon's pretty much a lost cause.
I'm going to get your administration's corporate cooperation one way or another.
You are a captain of action. I'll give you that. Look, I'm not an unreasonable man. If you manage to storm the castle, as it were, and make it out of here with Phineas alive, I can't exactly afford more havoc than you've already caused. Fine. If you survive, you'll need someone to sell the rest of the board on your plan.
You damn right you will, otherwise I'm coming for you next. Don't say bad, blah blah blah. Okay, I'm gonna say it's 12:10. I'm gonna stop it here. Give at least a little bit to watch tomorrow, and I'll probably need to download the next game. Or play something else just random for tomorrow evening. We'll see how everything goes. Oh, but for now, I think I'm going to let you all go and go try and get some rest for myself. You all have a good rest of your night. I will see you guys tomorrow.